Hello, and welcome to our annual Halloween Call of Cthulhu episode. Um, I'm Mike, I'll be your lore keeper tonight, and I'm here with one of my players. She seems to be the only one brave enough to do Cthulhu these days, and um, as I've mentioned, I tried to do a Cthulhu for all the holidays. Halloween, Christmas, 4th of July, that sort of thing. Because who doesn't want to be grilling on 4th of July and get eaten by the thing they're trying to grill? So, uh, just spices things up a bit. So, I'll throw it over to Robin and let her tell you who she's playing tonight.
Hi, I'm Robin. I am playing Cassie Midvale. She is an 18-year-old psychology student at Miskatonic University.
And instead of doing the regular set in the 1920s and 30s, this one is set what is today's date? On the 28th of October 1968. So the summer of love just happened a year ago, maybe a year and a half, because that was summer of 67, and things are for the younger set, things are interesting. For the older set, things are more like, what the hell is going on? Uh, the world is basically in turmoil, as everybody knows what happened during the late 60s. Yeah. So now, um, you had told me earlier that your family moved from Washington, D.C. up to Massachusetts.
Right.
Did they do that specifically for you to go to school?
Um, Partly it was for that and better work opportunity for my dad.
So, why don't we start this off with you telling what is happening with the rest of your family? How many members are there in your family, and what do they do? And yeah, now that they've uprooted from the Washington, D.C. area up to New England, what are they doing with themselves?
Well, as far as members of the family, just my parents and my older brother and I, and he's like 3 years older than me. His name is David.
So he's 21.
Yes, he's 21.
Okay.
And my mom's a stay-at-home mom, you know,
Yeah. Well,
housewife. Not
It's
stay-at-home mom. We were not little kids, but housewife, basically.
in '68. That was the thing, because Dad made enough money, hopefully, that he could work and
Right.
Mom could tend the house and spend his money, basically.
Right.
Yeah. Um. So, what job did your dad get that made him move from Washington D.C. to New England?
He works for an ad agency, and they had an opening in DC for kind of a higher position and higher pay. So
Uh, so they moved. So he took that and they moved him up there.
right.
Okay. Uh, what did your brother do being that he's 21? Is he still in school or is he off working or what does he do?
Yeah, he's just kind of bumming around. he, he's not
So,
the academic type per
so he,
se.
so he didn't go to he didn't,
He went to college for a year and then dropped
uh,
out. Yeah.
so is he working or is he just laying around the house or,
He's just laying around the house.
okay. So I can envision Mom and Dad and him having a periodic conversation about the fact that he should get up off his ass and do something.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And he and I are actually very close. But yeah,
And
yeah, they yeah, dad especially is kind
well,
of like
yeah, yeah.
on his on his ass periodically.
I I remember that from my own family. I know how that goes because my older brother Donnie, my dad was always on his ass about something. Even after he got out of the military, my dad was always writing him about something. So I know how that goes. Um, so why don't you tell us why your brother and you have the relationship that you have?
Okay. Well, he's very protective of me because of an accident that happened when we were children, and he it was a total accident, but he kind of feels like it was his fault. Is what it was is we were ice skating and we both fell at the same time and his skate hit me in the face. So, which resulted in my left eye is actually not real. I have a glass eye. Because
Okay.
yeah, I was in the hospital, came pretty close to dying. They were able to save me, but not my eye. But David feels like even though it was a total accident, that was sort of his fault, and he's been very protective of me ever since.
Hmm. The the person who injured you is very protective of you. Nobody
Yeah,
can nobody can injure you except him. It's like that sort of thing. Hmm.
yeah,
Just don't go skating together anytime soon.
right,
You're fine.
right.
So, okay. So he's at home with your mother most of the time. Your dad's off at work and you're off at school. Well, as per usual, there's no Halloween is not an official holiday. You know,
Should be.
I know. Uh, we have official holidays that are useless, and then we don't get Halloween off.
I mean,
I
you
don't
can
get it
tell. You
either.
can probably tell I'm a fan of Halloween.
Right? Yeah. Um, you can't see my T-shirt, but it's a dark. It's dark woods,
Mm.
so I thought it was appropriate for this because um. So it's the 28th of October. You have finals coming up in a month because, a month puts it just past Thanksgiving, and then semester closes middle of December. So, you've got finals coming up in a month to 6 weeks. And so you're spending a lot of time on campus doing homework and such. But on this particular day, um, your mother has given, you said his name was David.
Mm-hmm.
Your mother has given David, a handful of money, which in that day consists of like $10.
Right.
Uh, and said,
Get the fuck out of the house. No, just
yeah,
pretty much.
basically,
Basically.
basically, yeah, get out of here and go do something and give me some space, which he's quite happy to do because it's cold. This is New England at the end of October. It's cold,
Yeah.
but this particular day, it's not doing anything. It's not snowing or raining or anything. It's gray and cloudy and cold, but um. So he heads. How far would you say that he and your parents live? As far how far from the university are they? And do you actually live with them, or do you live in like student housing or what?
No, I'm actually living at home.
Okay. Um. So you are sitting in a small alcove in the Miskatonic University Library, studying for your first final, which is your psych final. But right now, combined with studying for your final, you're also working on your end of semester term paper that the class requires. Now, this is a 20-page term paper.
Oh, jeez.
6 weeks out. Have you started this yet? Where where are you in the process for this?
20 pages, I've definitely started it 6 weeks out. I'd say I probably got not quite a third of it done, maybe a quarter.
Okay. So you've gotten all the research done and you've actually started putting the paper together.
Right.
Okay.
The research is the easy part.
So you're sitting at this little desk in a cubby working on it. Um let's see, what would that be? Do they have a hmm. I'm looking for the Cthulhu equivalent of a perception roll. And I'm just not sure what they call it.
Would that be
And
spot hidden?
yeah, that'd probably be as close as Cthulhu gets. So give me a spot hidden roll, and remember you have to roll under the number of
Right.
points.
And I don't actually have anything in that one, so it would be the 25% that's in the
Right.
parentheses. Great.
So you've got to roll under 25%.
Right. And I did not. 76. 76.
Okay. You are incredibly, yeah.
Frustrated.
Well, no, you're focused on this paper because you want to get this thing done so that you still have some time to study for your final. Yeah. Because time is ticking, as it were. Um, and because you're so engrossed in this, you don't see your brother walk up behind you and he taps you on the top of the head. And how do you react?
Well, since I'm like hyper focused on this, I'm probably gonna like jump. Like,
Yeah.
no.
So, and you jump and you hear him chuckle behind you. It's like, cause he tapped you on the head on the side where the fake eye is, where you didn't.
Of course, he likes to do that.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You didn't see him coming anyway. So, but
Well, and that's why I didn't put anything in spot hidden, because that's gonna make it difficult to see shit.
yeah, that's true. But even though there's a part of him that feels guilty for doing it, what he just did is now become one of his favorite ways to annoy the crap out of you.
Yeah, that and calling me Marbles because of my glass eye.
Okay,
That's his nickname for me.
And so he does that, and you jump, and he chuckles and goes, "What you up to there, Marbles?"
Uh, I'm studying. Obviously, you've got finals coming up. Not that you'd know anything about that.
Yeah, I was the smart one in the family. I didn't bother with that shit.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think you have a point there, actually.
uh, but you know, I figured I'd come find you and pull you out of here, and we go to lunch. Mom gave me some money to get the hell out of the house. Uh,
She's resorting to paying you off to get you out.
yeah, and I knew you'd be in the library, so just a question of finding what cubby you were in. Uh, so you want to take a break and go to lunch?
I could definitely use a break. Yeah, that sounds good.
Uh, you want to go to? You got two choices. Well, that's if you want to stay on campus. You can go. There's a student cafeteria in the student union. And then on the outer edge of campus, there's a coffee shop. Um, or you can leave campus altogether. So he's like, "Well, what are you in the mood for? What do you want to do?"
Well, if I'm taking a break, I might as well take a break altogether and get off of campus.
Okay. Uh, there off campus. There are a couple of. There's a pizza place and there's a couple of restaurants. Um, the burger joints that we all know today have just started. Uh, some of them started in the 50s, but the bulk of them started a couple of years ago. So they don't quite have the reputations that they
Right.
have now. So he's like, "Well, I've got about $10. What are you in the mood for?"
Oh, I don't know, anything. I'm hungry. I kind of skipped breakfast this morning. Was too busy with this.
Mm, you should never skip breakfast. Um,
Will you quit being right?
it's what older brothers are for. Uh, let's go to the pizza place down the street.
That
Probably
sounds
get
good.
probably get the most pizza for the amount of money that I have. Um, so you got so you gather up your books. I assume you have a backpack or
Yeah.
something that carry everything in. And the two of you walk out of the library. There is this, as you walk past the front desk where people, students check out books and things, there's this tall but scrawny looking red haired guy with glasses. who's actually working behind the counter. And he gives your brother this, says, he smiles at you, but he gives your brother this rather suspicious look. Your brother sees it and basically blows it off. And the two of you walk out of the library and head across campus to toward the pizza place. Your brother's like, you know Halloween's in 3 days, right?
Yeah?
Um, I've been doing some research for stuff we could do for Halloween.
You research?
Well,
Okay.
Halloween's the type of research I don't have a problem doing. You know, anything where you can have fun. And I found something that even mom and dad might be into, oddly enough. There's this little town like 5 miles from here. It's called Briar's Cove. It's such a little place that it's barely a blip on the map. Yeah. But apparently they do Halloween out the ying up there.
Oh.
They have corn mazes and they have a haunted house and yeah, the whole 9 yards. Everybody in the town gets dressed up and is
You don't think we're a little old for that kind of
eh,
thing?
you gotta, you know, if you grow up and stop having fun, you end up like mom and dad. Yeah,
Point taken.
yeah. It's like if you want to get old and stodgy, that's up to you.
Yeah, I guess I'd rather not do that.
But you know, I'm personally out for causing problems myself. But yeah, I'm gonna suggest it to mom and dad, but the likelihood of them being into it's like just about up there with you blowing off a final. So
Right. Well, if you want to go, I'm in.
I'll just make dad let me borrow the car.
Yeah.
But because after 3 more days of you doing what you're doing, you're gonna need a break anyway.
Yeah, I know. I already do.
Yeah. And so he's telling you about this place as you're walking along, and you you get to the pizza place, which is like maybe 4 blocks off campus. Yeah. Is this old red brick building with this green and gold sign that says Victor's Pizza. And you walk in and There's like maybe a dozen tables in the place, but 11 of them are full of students. And David's like, well, we got lucky. There's a table. And so the two of you sit down, and this thin girl with straight dark hair that ends about the middle of her back walks up to you with a pad and a pencil, and you recognize her as Patricia. She's actually in your psych class with you. You haven't really ever interacted with her. You just know her by name from your psych class. And she goes, hi guys, what can I get you? And then she actually turns and looks at you and goes, don't I recognize you from somewhere?
Yeah, I think you're in my psych class at the university.
Ah, having fun with that paper, are you?
Fun isn't exactly the adjective I'd use. It's a little more of an undertaking than I had thought it might be.
David pipes up and goes, yeah, that's why we're here. I rescued her from it earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And um, she goes, hold it, I forgot to bring menus. I'll be right back. And she walks up to the counter, grabs a couple menus, and comes back over and lays them on the table. Yeah, it's been kind of busy in here.
It looks like it. They're pretty full.
Yeah. No, lunch and dinner are like that because all the students are freaking out because of finals and papers and all projects and all that crap.
Right. Well,
Um,
they do keep us busy with all that stuff.
yeah. And so she's like, what can I get the two of you to drink?
I'll have a Coke.
And David's like, make that two. And so she goes off to get that. He's like, well, and the two of you are planning what pizza you want. So, do you guys actually agree on your pizza, or are you different? And,
The only difference is he wants onions on it and I don't.
yeah. Okay.
But we agree on the sausage, mushroom, and black olive, which, by the way, is my favorite pizza ever.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Uh, Side note on pizza, I thought Chicago style pizza was deep dish. Apparently, that's only half of Chicago.
Oh,
The other half of Chicago pizza is thin crust, which I never imagined in my life. But apparently they're diffused in Chicago over whether thin crust is better than deep dish or the other way around. Yeah. Uh, but since he's taking you to lunch, he'll be like, "Oh, I'll skip the onions this time, and we'll go with the rest of it." Um, so he's like, medium or large?
We'll do a large. We can
Yeah,
we can both eat a lot. I mean,
yeah,
21 and an 18-year-old. Are you kidding?
right, yeah. So Patricia comes back with your Cokes, and you give her your pizza order, and surprisingly, you're able to do this, and he's still able to have a buck or two left over. So he's pleased about that. And while you're waiting for your pizza to show up, he continues to tell you about this little town that he found. He's like, yeah, apparently these guys go all out. They start at the beginning of October, and the whole town goes nuts for Halloween for a month. Yeah.
So it must be by this time, this close to Halloween, it must be really,
Mm.
people must be really going all out.
Yeah, apparently in the month of October, this town makes enough money to run the entire town for the rest of the year. Yeah. All the stores and the corn maze and the haunted house and all that stuff. Apparently, they bring in bucks.
Actually, that does sound kind of fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I've no idea what mom and dad are doing. Mom hasn't mentioned anything.
Well, I'm sure they won't mind us going off. I kind of laugh and nudge him, like, yeah, we're both responsible adults, right?
Yeah, right. My question is, if we leave them alone, what's going to happen to them? Because they're not responsible. So, now I'm going to see if I can hook up with a friend or two and make a little bit of my own money between now and then. So we don't have to ask mom and dad for. It's gonna be enough to try and borrow the car if we want to borrow the car and then ask them for money. It's
Right.
not really gonna go well. So your pizza gets here, gets there, and Patricia brings it. She turns to you and goes, "How far are you into the psych paper?"
Uh, about a quarter. I've started writing it. It seems to be going slowly, though. How about you?
Eh, actually, I'm about the same place.
Mhm.
I'm doing a paper on abnormal psychology. What makes people go bonkers?
I'm sure there are quite a few factors as far as that's concerned.
You want to get together? Maybe I work tomorrow night, but the night after, you want to get together and work on these things?
Sure, that might make it a little easier.
Maybe we can help each other out a bit,
Yeah,
speed things up. What's your paper about?
that is not something I thought about.
Actually, here's a question. What year are you in college?
Say
Well, you're
18.
18, so you're a freshman.
Okay.
Um, so um, Patricia's a year or two older than you. She's closer to your brother's age. Uh, she's just taking psych now because it's something that is a requirement for graduation that she's put off about as long as she can put it off.
Actually, I just realized that what I would be writing about would be the effects of childhood trauma on the adult psyche.
There you go. And is this because of the accident, or are you doing a paper on why your parents are as nuts as they are? Or,
No, it would be on me, on basically on the accident, and trying to, because I definitely have self, I'm very shy around people
right,
because I'm like literally physically disfigured, so
right.
I have a lot of insecurities, so I'm trying to go deeper into that.
Well, and that sort of plays into the abnormal psychology paper that she's writing. The paper you should be working on is why children drive their parents crazy and uh, why parents die of trauma in their later years because what most people don't understand is Alzheimer's is a good thing. People forget about all the trauma they used to have
Right.
as they get older. It's like kids are cute, but they cause large amounts of trauma. Yeah. And oh, by the way, I've raised two of my own, so I know what I'm talking about. They induce lifelong trauma.
Yeah.
um, so you guys sort of set up a study date to meet at the library. Not tomorrow night, but the night after. She's like, I can even get free pizza. Yeah, they make more pizza here than they actually sell, so the employees get to take it home with them.
Oh, that's a nice little perk.
Yeah. So we can work on the paper and have pizza.
That works.
In fact, let's do it in my place instead of the library because can't bring pizza into the library.
Yeah, and with the amount of time I've spent there recently, yeah, I'm ready to go somewhere else.
And so, with that, you guys kind of make plans, and she goes off to answer a question at another table. And David's like, "So how long you gonna be at the library today? You gonna make it home for dinner tonight or what?"
I'd probably better. I mean, I kind of laugh and I'm like, I don't want mom and dad getting on my ass.
Uh,
It's fine as long as they're on yours.
well, you know how mom is about cooking dinner. She wants everybody to show up.
Yeah, so I'll be there for dinner.
You know. I think I'm gonna take after we have lunch. I'll walk you back to the library, and assuming that's where you're headed.
Yeah, I might as well get back at it for a little while anyway.
And I'm gonna head to the local record store with a couple of bucks that I've got left over and see if there's anything I want that I can actually afford. Yeah, which if I find something I want, it'll mean that mom and dad won't like it, but yeah, it's
Of course.
the way it goes. Yeah. I haven't picked up a copy of Sergeant Pepper yet, so maybe if I can find find a used one cheap enough. Or actually, maybe I'll pick up Revolver. It's a couple years older. There's probably a used copy somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure you could find one.
Yeah. And so you guys spend the rest of lunch sort of chit chatting. No, he keeps telling you that you should give up this college thing, and that the two of you should like head out to California or something.
Well, why don't we see how I do on the finals? That might help me make that decision.
That's true. That's true. Eh, I'm sure mom and dad would just be thrilled.
Oh, yeah, they'd be super happy.
um, so you guys finish your pizza and you you say goodbye to Patricia. Uh, you and Patricia exchange phone numbers. Um, even though back in this day everybody just got a landline in their house,
Landline.
but yeah. Uh, and as the two of you walk out the door, David says, Patricia's kind of cute. Uh, and she seems to be a little closer to my age than yours.
True.
Wonder, wonder if she's got a boyfriend or not.
Well, that might be something that comes up while we're studying. You know
Mm,
how girls talk.
true. Well, don't make a point of it, but if it comes up, find out and then let me know later.
Okay.
Mm, mm. And now it's about maybe 2 in the afternoon, and you have your last class of the day. Starts in about an hour. So you guys uh, head back to campus a bit quicker than you did coming off campus because you've only got an hour till your next class. And, uh, the two of you stop in front of the front doors of the Miskatonic Library. And he gives you a hug and goes, "It was fun having lunch with you. Um, see you back for dinner, Marbles."
All right. See you then.
And he heads off to the local used record store, see what he can see. You spend another hour, well, more like 45 minutes, working on your paper. Uh, let's see. Mm, that that um I have education. Uh, I'm trying to see if they have a role you can make. Actually, you have anything in history?
History. Yes, I do. Not
G-
much, but yeah.
give me a history roll to see if you actually made any more progress on your paper.
And apparently not, because that was a 64 out of 10.
Ouch.
So, no, my brain is pretty fried at this point. I'm overloaded on the paper writing for the day.
Yeah. Yeah. you serious. You need to seriously take a break.
As I'm sitting there trying to drill the pencil into my head. No, not quite
Y- You've written the same line on your paper 4 times. It's- I honestly, instead of going to your last class, you'd rather be asleep.
that
In fact, what would you say your last class was?
Last class. Ah, let's make it something I really can't stand.
What?
Last class is algebra.
Math is the last
Yeah,
class of the day.
yes. And if I could just not take it at all, that would be
Mm,
great. But unfortunately, the whole, graduating thing.
mm. It's a requirement for everything. Uh,
Yes.
no matter what major you pick,
Right.
college algebra is something you gotta have. Um, although you've never really understood why a psychology major needs algebra, but what the hell.
Exactly.
The teacher, during the next hour, the teacher actually has to wake you up twice because you've fallen asleep twice. But the last time he wakes you up is like 10 minutes before class ends. And he's writing the assignment for the next algebra class on the board when you wake up. And you scribble it down really quickly, and the bell rings for class to be over. He stops you as you're walking out the door. He's like, "You'd really do a whole lot better in this class if you could stay awake."
Oh, I know, but psych finals coming up. That's kicking my butt.
Well, there's a final in here too. Hopefully you'll have time to study for it.
Hopefully.
Because if you don't pass this class, you got to take it over again if you're going to actually get your degree. So, and believe me, nobody wants to take college algebra multiple times. So,
No, and I'm thinking I don't even want to be taking it once. I don't think I'm going to say that out loud.
well, this class is taught by a TA. Now, no professor actually teaches college algebra. Are you kidding? They got some poor TA making money for graduate school teaching this thing.
Right.
And they don't want to be teaching it either. The only reason they're doing it is because they're getting a paycheck. Like, so, you know. And if you end up needing any help along the way, get a hold of me.
Okay.
The the class right before the final is gonna be a review session, so make sure you can make that, and make sure you can stay awake for that.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea.
Um, and with that, he's like, I I hope you get through the rest of it, okay? And well, classes are generally twice a week, so he's like, we'll see you for the next class.
All right.
And part of the reason you fell asleep is you ate half a pizza right before class. And I don't know about you, but if I eat a big meal, it makes me sleepy. So that's what happened to you. It's like too much pizza and not enough Coke
Right.
for the class. um, so you head out the door. As you're doing it, you see the TA walk out the door behind you, and he stops at the door, and this blonde that must be, you estimate, maybe 5 years older than your brother, walks up and puts her arm around him, and they walk off. So, yeah. And you're like, well, I guess it's time to head home, because if you look at another book or look at another, try to write another sentence, you're gonna pass out. So, you've had enough class for the day.
Right.
So is your house close enough that you can walk, or do you have to like take a bus or what?
I take the bus.
Uh,
I definitely don't drive. I mean, there's no way I could get a driver's
no.
license with my depth perception being, screwed. So,
So you plop yourself down at the bus stop on the edge of campus because you're waiting to grab the uh, 23 blue line that runs out to the suburbs where you live, just just a little bit past Arkham Asylum, which always seems a little creepy when you ride past it on the bus.
can we take a break here so I can feed the beast?
Yeah, we
It
can.
is dinner time. Are you hungry? Yeah. Okay.
Is that even a necessary question?
Right. You hungry? Yeah.
So we're gonna take a 20-minute break here, uh, so Robin can feed the puppy, and so the dog won't try and eat Robin.
Right.
Uh,
No eating me. No.
we'll be back in. Well, for you it won't be any time at all, but we'll be back in 20 minutes. Hello and welcome back to tonight's episode of Call of Cthulhu. Um, before the break, Cassie was waiting for the bus to head home for the day. She's been staring at her term paper for so long that not even pizza for lunch with her brother helped her from falling asleep in her college algebra class. And I'm sure everybody out there can relate to that because we've all done that. In fact, there are probably kids in high school that fall asleep in their algebra class. But after 15 minutes, the bus pulled up. You get on the bus. You slide your excuse me. You slide your college bus pass, your discount college bus pass. You head back to find a seat. Um, it's full because, college kids are going home, people who work in the area where you live are headed home from work. Fact, you find a seat. Would you be sitting in the back of the bus, or where do you sit when you get on the bus?
Yeah, I'd be toward the back, more in the
Okay.
back.
You find a seat, and then you look up, and in the very back seat of the bus, there's these two ladies who look to be middle aged, about your mom's age. They're a little heavier set than your mom. But you notice that they both are wearing uniforms from Arkham Asylum, which the bus passes both directions every day, multiple times. So you assume, since you haven't gotten to Arkham Asylum as of yet on the route, that they're actually going to work their swing shift at the asylum. And oddly enough, they're just sitting there. They're not talking to each other. They're not saying a word, as a matter of fact. They're just sort of sitting there. And in a few minutes, the bus actually stops outside the main gates of Arkham, and these two ladies get off the bus. Um, they do say, they do say a couple words to the driver, because apparently, going to work and going home every night, they know the driver's on the bus. So they're like, have a good night. We'll see you in the morning or whatever. And the bus takes off. And it takes a little bit, but you get out to the suburbs where your parents' house is, and in your neighborhood there's a lot of houses that look just like yours. Yeah. Upper middle class, where at least one parent has a decent job, and
Right.
um these new suburbs are rapidly built subdivisions for all the upper middle class people that are wanting to spread out.
Mm-hmm.
So the bus actually gets you within a couple of blocks of your house. So you jump off the bus and walk a couple of blocks, and you're standing in front. In a couple of minutes, you're standing in front of your house. Your dad's not home yet. It's early enough in the evening that he's not off work yet. Um, so you walk into the house. Um, you guys have a dog, or None.
No, no pets.
So you walk into your house and you smell dinner immediately from the kitchen. Your mom seems to be making spaghetti and meatballs for dinner. So you get this major tomato garlic smell coming from the kitchen. And your mom is like, Cassie, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. You have a good day at school?
Yeah, this paper is taking a lot. That's all I
No.
can say.
Well, look at it this way. You only got 6 weeks and then you got a couple weeks of vacation.
No, that's true.
Um, so what do you do when you get home?
Uh, I'll go up and drop my stuff off in my room because I'm hauling around the backpack and everything.
Mm.
So
So your room is upstairs.
yeah.
So when you get to your room, what does your room look like?
Well, it's got the whole '60s thing going on with the shag carpet, and floral curtains, and all,
I
like pink and orange and yellow, all of the bright
mm,
colors.
you one of these girls with the rock star posters on your walls and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So if it was 1968 and you were an 18-year-old girl, who would you have on your wall?
68. Well, obviously the Beatles.
Yeah.
Like that's a given.
In fact, you might even have the um, since Sergeant Pepper came out the year before, you might even have the album cover poster on your wall
Oh, of course.
because that album changed everything. So,
Yes.
um,
That was not their first psychedelic album, but it was
oh
their
no,
most psychedelic.
yeah. Well, they started with the psychedelic stuff on Rubber Soul, and then they
Yes.
had um,
Revolver was very heavily psychedelic.
well, yeah,
Revolver's actually my favorite album of theirs.
and
Revolver.
then Magical Mystery Tour, and
Right, which came after
yeah.
Sergeant Pepper. Yeah.
So, um, do you want to go back that far? Uh, Yellow Submarine was about as weird as you could manage.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
And for
I think
anybody who's
they went out of their way to be weird with Yellow Submarine.
ever seen that movie, uh,
Yeah, that was interesting.
I will. I will have a special place in my heart for blue meanies forever, but uh, that's telling how old I am. But uh, so are you also one of these girls that has the either Elvis or Tom Jones poster on the other wall?
No, it would be Janice.
Uh,
Janice Joplin.
there you go. So you throw your stuff down on the bed, or are you one of these neat people that unpack their backpack and put the books away and put the
No, I just drop it on the floor beside my bed.
yeah, and
I don't want to be looking at those books anymore.
yeah. So about this time, you hear somebody come in the front door, and you know it's too early for your dad to be off work, so it's got to be David. And a couple of minutes after that, you literally hear your mother. I, I don't want to say scream, but you hear her go, "You've got to be kidding. How did you manage that?" and um, and then you hear David's voice, but you're not close enough to hear what he's saying. So what do you do?
I guess I'll head downstairs and see what's going on.
You head downstairs, and your mother is hugging David, and David looks extremely uncomfortable. In fact, he's being polite, but he's trying to get away. But your mother won't let go of him. So, do you ask him what's up? Or,
Yeah, yeah, I'll
uh,
ask both of them.
uh,
Like, what's going on?
she, she's like, he got a job out of nowhere. What? I, and
Oh, I'll ask him doing what?
at this is the juncture where you start to smell like you smell that the meatballs she's cooking for the spaghetti are starting to burn slightly. And he's like, "Mom, you need to go check on that. It smells like there's food burning in there." And she goes, "Oh crap," and lets go of him and runs into the kitchen. He's like, "Thank God." But I told you I was going to the record store.
Right?
Well, apparently, beginning at the 1st of December or 1st of November, the owner is having surgery.
Oh,
And I was in there looking in the Beatles section, like I mentioned, and we started talking, and he mentioned he's gonna need some help because of the surgery, and I was like, "Well, I'm always in here. I could help run the place while you're gone."
oh, that's great.
And
Probably he'll probably give you a discount too.
he's like, "Well, hadn't thought about it, but it sounds good to me." And so I start on the 1st of November.
Oh, great.
Uh, Dad'll be shocked as crap. He's always bugging me to get a job.
Yeah.
Uh, once I start getting paychecks, you and me can have lunch
Yeah,
every once in a while.
yeah, that would be great. As you can see, I need a break every once in a while.
Yeah. Uh, I'm telling you, sis, if you survive college, it'll be a miracle.
Well, like I said, depending on my actual grades when I do the finals, maybe that trip to California is in the works after all. But I say it low enough so that mom can't hear from the kitchen.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. At the very least, you could go to work at the record store with me. It's like,
That's true.
start making money instead of going to school. Um, he said, yeah, I gotta go in tomorrow and sign paperwork and all that stuff related to actually being employed.
Right.
Uh, and so you guys just uh, basically chat about meaningless family stuff for a little bit. Then you hear your dad's car drive up. A couple minutes later, he walks through the front door, says, "How are you two doing today?"
All right. How was your day?
"I need to find another job. Getting
Stress?
tired, ge- getting tired of all these ad campaigns and stuff. I create crap that I wouldn't even watch on TV."
Well, that's what they pay you for, isn't it?
Yeah, and the clients love it, but I wouldn't watch it myself. Uh, yeah.
Probably wouldn't buy half the products he does ads for either.
Right, yeah. Like, he's like, I wouldn't tell the client, but half this stuff is crap. No,
Right.
nobody needs this stuff. It's like, yeah. How much acne cream can a kid use? I don't know. Uh, it would be cool to get one of my ads on a commercial in front of American Bandstand, though. That'd be a blast. Um, and about this time, your mom walks out of the kitchen. Her hair's all frazzled, and it's like the steam off the pasta is like messed up her hair and all that crap. And she's like, well, you'll be happy to know I saved the meatballs. and, and, mm. and your dad's like, is there something I need to know about that? were the
They might be a little crunchy.
were the meatballs in imminent peril or what? You know, what's going on here?
Well, they were almost molten meatballs.
and your and your mom explains that the reason the meatballs are like that is because David got a job and she freaked out.
It's all his fault yet again.
And your dad's eyes go fly open like, what? He's like, yeah, I got a job. I accidentally got a job. I wasn't even, this is how accidental it was. I wasn't even intending to. Turns out the owner of the used record store that we go to is having surgery in November, and he needed somebody to watch the store, and I volunteered, and he said yes. And your dad's like, holy crap. That is actually pretty cool because that's a job you'll probably actually like doing. And David's like, yeah, I can deal with that. And then your mom's like, well, everybody hit the table because this stuff's as done as it's going to get. If it cooks any longer, it'll be spaghetti and sludge. So,
We better eat it then, because spaghetti and sludge doesn't sound that appetizing.
right. Yeah. You know, we want to eat it while the meatballs actually look like meatballs.
Right.
Yeah. So, you guys have dinner, and while you're eating dinner, your dad tells you about this client he had to deal with today, about this cat food ad that no matter what he came up with, the client wasn't happy.
Oh.
And like, I've got to find another line of work because these guys are idiots. No, they need to talk to the cat and find out what the cat wants.
Right.
Yeah,
The cat wants tuna, are you kidding?
right. Yeah. They keep trying to feed it like dry kibble and shit. No, if you were a cat, you wouldn't eat this crap. So, yeah. So, tell me, in Cassie's house, do the parents drink like after dinner and stuff like that?
Well, of course, it's 1968.
Yeah. So,
Yes, they have the whole cocktail thing, yeah.
so after dinner, the spaghetti and meatballs came out a little weird, but they were generally all right.
Just scrape off the charred bits.
Yeah. The, the tomato sauce ended up more like gravy. It was a little thicker than usual, but it was still passably edible. Oddly enough, it tasted a little bit like the pizza you had for lunch, but So your parents um, get up from the table and go to bar, the bar counter that they have, and because every house in late 60s had a bar counter, and your mom pours drinks for both of them, and they go into the living room and plop down on the sofa. So what do you and David do?
Well, we're young and it's the late 60s. What do you think we do?
Well, I'm not assuming that your parents let you do anything like that.
What makes you think they would have to know?
So do you guys head up into David's room? Because
Yeah.
David did buy he ended up buying a copy of Magical Mystery Tour that it says for promotional use only. It's like one of the ones that get sent to the radio stations before it gets sold. And so he puts this on his, turntable with his speakers and such. And so you guys start listening to that. And then while you're sitting on his bed doing that, he pulled out this little plastic bag. I stopped and talked to one of my friends on the way back. Because I got a little bit of advance on my salary because I told the guy what we were going to do for Halloween and that, could use a little bit of cash.
Yeah.
And he's like, as long as you're willing to work for it, I'll give you your first week's salary. I'm like, works for me. He's like, you wouldn't want to share this, would you?
I was hoping you'd ask.
Oh, and I wanted to talk to you about when do you think we should ask mom and dad? When do you think we should tell them about what we want to do?
Well, I'd say tomorrow night at dinner.
I was thinking tonight because
Oh, well, that would work.
they're in a good mood. I got a job and all that.
Well, that's
You
true.
know.
That's true. That's definitely leverage. Job.
Who knows what mom's gonna burn down by tomorrow at dinner? So,
Well, just don't give her any more shocks.
well, no, you should have done a end of semester psychology paper on mom.
Oh, that would be much more than 20 pages.
Yeah, well, I don't know that you'd want to know the answer. So he pulled out this baggie of pot, and he's got one of the little booklets of rolling papers and such. And he sits there and rolls it up, but he goes, before we light this, I need to get a towel and put under the door because they're gonna smell it otherwise, and then
I was gonna suggest that. I was gonna use your bedspread actually, but a towel would
no.
work.
No. So he goes down the hall into the bathroom and grabs a towel and comes back and closes the door and puts the towel under the bottom of the door. And you guys spend the duration of the rest of magical mystery tour smoking this joint that he rolled up. And uh, give me a constitution roll on that.
22 out of 60.
You handle it fairly well. You are, by the end of it, you are starting to get a tad fuzzy. Mm. So, what do you guys talk about while you're doing this? Or do you talk about anything?
Oh, anything but school.
Yeah.
Any, anything but college. I kind of tease him and ask him when he's gonna find a girlfriend. Because he kind of does the whole, dating someone for a week thing, and then the next week he's with somebody else.
No, that's what happens at that age. Um, he's like, why do you think I asked you to talk to Patricia earlier?
Oh, that's true. I could, like I said, I'll feel that situation out for you.
And then he's like, I can ask you the same question, Miss College Girl. When are you gonna find some? When are you gonna start dating the college quarterback?
Oh, please. You think the college quarterback's gonna want someone with a nasty scar across half her face and a fake eye?
He's like, the eye is barely noticeable, and with enough makeup, you could foundation over the scar. It's not that bad.
Really? Because it's all I see when I look in the mirror.
Well, of course it is, because that's what your brain's focused on. Yeah. None of us are perfect, but you're still adorable, and you're the honestly, you're the smartest one of the four of us. So, like,
So I'm definitely not quarterback material.
uh, um, after the dinner we just had, do you think Mom is brilliant? Come on, it's like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah. Well, I don't know. There is one of the theater guys I've got my eyes on. My
there you
eyes
go.
on.
Have you talked to him?
Haven't worked up the nerve.
Hmm. Is one of your classes theater, or is this just the guy you passed in the hallway, or what?
No, we have another class together.
Uh, uh, the worst he's gonna do is say no. It's like you never know till you ask him.
That's true. Well, you know what? You're right. What do I have to lose, right?
If he says no, you can go. We'll go have pizza,
Yeah.
or some, or maybe burgers this time. But
I guess I ought to just go for it then.
and he's in theater. How not like he's got 46 girls lined up.
That's probably true.
Waiting for him back there. So
Yeah, that's true. It's one of the theater geeks.
yep. And that day, that was the version of gamers today. People who didn't fit in took theater. So,
Probably all thinking they're going to make it big as actors and
yeah.
actresses.
Well, especially in New England, because you had Boston not far away, and New York City was an easy couple-hour drive. So everybody was like, I'm going to make it on Broadway and be famous and
Right.
all that shit. And so, and after a little bit longer, you find yourself getting kind of drowsy. And you figured you better get to bed because you've got a pile of stuff you've got to get done. And
Well, maybe we should go mention that thing to mom and dad.
yeah. So the two of you go downstairs, and your mom and dad are sitting on the opposite ends of the sofa with a glass, and each of them have a glass in their hand. Um, they're basically chatting about your dad's day. He's having real issues with his job. He's like, you know, he's talking to your mom about what other stuff he could do, and
Oh, so it's he's fed up, fed up.
yeah, he's like, I wonder if I can get a better paying job doing something else. Maybe I'll go apply at the asylum. They hire lots of people. And I've had experience with crazy people doing the job that I'm doing, so it wouldn't be that much different.
Yeah, but like certifiably crazy.
Like, your dad's like, you haven't met the clients I deal with. Uh, and about that time, the two of you walk in, and your mom and dad will look at you, and they don't have enough experience to know that you guys are both blasted because they never did that. They're of the alcoholic generation.
Right.
If you were drunk, they'd see it right away, but they're not. Yeah, they can't tell that you're both wasted. Yeah. Um, so who's going to do this, David or you?
I elbow him till he mentally starts talking.
Say what now?
I elbow him till he says something.
Oh, okay. And he spends the next few minutes telling them about Briar's Cove and all the stuff that goes on and how the entire town dresses up and how they have a um, corn maze and a haunted house and the whole 9 yards and your parents just sort of look at the two of you and your dad's like, okay, uh, not really our thing, but what is it you wanted from me? Why are you telling us this?
Well, if we're gonna go, we kind of need the car.
Because David said the bus doesn't go from Arkham to this, from the university to this little, apparently, spot in the road. Your dad's like, yeah, probably not. Yeah. Um, he thinks about it for a second and goes, no, I wouldn't normally be inclined to lending my car. But since you actually got a job today and now have the money to put gas in the car, uh, I was actually going to take your mother out for dinner on Halloween, but I have a way to, it just came into my head a way we can manage this. I will go to the restaurant and get dinner for us. And then after that, you guys can borrow the car. Uh, on two stipulations. You're back by 1 a.m.
We can probably manage that.
It's literally only 5 miles away. It's 5 miles out of town. Second stipulation, you bring my car back the same piece, same condition it came in, and you bring it back with a full tank of gas. If you can do that, I'll let you borrow the car.
Sure, we can do that.
And David is just like stunned because he wasn't expecting your father to be quite as amenable to that as it turned out. Him getting a job really did change his father's attitude about stuff because what your dad is thinking is if I quit my job and takes a while to get a new one, at least he's got a job.
Right.
So, But every time your father mentions changing jobs, you see this worried look on your mother's face. So you're thinking it might not, if your father quit his job, you guys could be in a rough situation. But David actually walks up and taps your dad on the shoulder and says, thanks a lot. Well, the tank will be full of gas and we won't hurt the car. You couldn't actually hurt the car because it's a 68 Studebaker and they're huge. They're like tanks. So
most of the cars in the 60s were huge.
And it's candy apple red, which is really weird. Not a color that there's a lot of Studebakers out there that are candy apple red. But so by this time you are getting sleepy. You know, you are not a big girl, so it doesn't take much for you to get blasted pretty good. So you are actually getting sleepy. You give your mom and dad a hug and head for your room. David stops you for a second and goes, well, that went better than expected.
I know.
It's amazing what making money does.
Finally getting a job when they've been at you for a couple of years about it.
Yeah. It's like, if I'd have known, if I'd have known it caused an attitude change like this, I'd have got it sooner. It's like, although that means mom would have burnt more food. I don't. 6 one, half a dozen of the other, I guess. Would have made dad happy, but could have made dinner worse. I don't know.
So sounds like we're on for this thing then.
Yep. So, and you know, you give your brother a squeeze on the shoulder and you're like, I'm really tired. I'm going to crash. And he sort of ruffles your hair and goes, I'll see you in the morning, Marbles.
All right. Night.
Right. And the next two and a half days go by in fairly a blur because you're doing nothing but schoolwork for the next 2.5 days. You, in fact, give me another history roll to see how well the paper's gone after that.
All right,
You have.
Oh, I'm ready to burn the fucking paper.
That bad, huh?
84 out of 10.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, the the night that you spent with Patricia, neither one of you got much done because you were talking about girl stuff and boys and listening to music, and all of a sudden it was midnight and you guys hadn't written. You guys barely got an extra paragraph written by midnight. And this is really starting to drive you crazy. You're seriously having difficulty with this. In fact, your algebra TA told you if you were having trouble to get a hold of him, you're actually thinking about getting a hold of him and talking to him about this paper and see if he can come up with any suggestions. You did, however, mention you did talk to Patricia, in passing about whether she had a boyfriend or, part of the girl stuff. And she was like, well, I had a boyfriend about a year ago, but that sort of exploded, so I haven't really been dating much the last year. Yeah. She looks at you and goes, why would you ask?
Well, that guy I was in your restaurant with the other day?
Oh, when the two of you came in for lunch?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my brother, and he thinks you're cute, and he wanted to know if you were dating anybody.
Ah, okay. So he sent little sister in to find out the info, huh?
Yeah.
He's cute enough. Tell him um it can't be over Halloween because the pizza place is doing uh having specials and stuff, and we're expecting to be really full that night. The owner's actually buying a couple more tables so we can squeeze in more people.
Okay. So
But
sometime in November.
yeah, yeah. Tell him. In fact, you two've already exchanged phone numbers because
Mm.
you've talked about the paper and the whole thing, but the paper didn't end up working out very well. Says, yeah, you got my number. Have him after Halloween. Have him call me.
I will.
Okay. So, and at some point in the blur that's been the last couple of days, you've told him this, and he's quite pleased about this, and he's like, well, got a job and a date all in the same week. Wow.
Yeah.
Good week so far. But Halloween does come, and you pretty much given up on the paper. It's about as done as it's gonna get, and you've shifted to studying for your psych final and your algebra final, with your algebra final driving you absolutely bonkers.
Right.
Uh, you go to the review and it only helps a little bit. You're like, eh. Fact, what kind of student is Cassie? Is she a good student, or is she like, she does all right, but she's not brilliant, or
She's a good student in everything but math.
everything but algebra?
Yeah.
Hmm. Uh,
She struggles with algebra.
and you say to yourself every day, if I can just get through this, it'll be the last math class I have to take, because the psych majors don't do math. And, but the end of your algebra review class happens, and you're basically hoping you can get a good enough score on your math final to pass. Because if you're, if you get A's and B's and all the rest of your classes, and you manage to pull a C in algebra, you'll be happy.
Right.
And so, and you've already told your parents multiple times during the semester that you're really having issues with algebra, so they're sort of expecting it not to go great. But um, you find yourself once again waiting for the bus. It's turned significantly colder in the last 3 days. So you're all bundled up waiting for the bus. The bus shows up. Um, you you've sort of got into a habit of sitting in the same seat that you always sit in. And once again, you take your seat and you see these two ladies that work at the asylum. And but this time you remember what your dad said about possibly applying for a job there. Do you do you actually attempt to ask to mention that to either one of these two, or do you just sort of ignore it and let, yeah?
Yeah, no, not really. I don't really tend to start conversations with strangers, so
And these two ladies are middle aged, slightly heavy set. They look like either orderlies or security guards, one of the two. Yeah. So they do look rather imposing, and the fact that they don't even talk to each other on the bus is a little scary. um, so
am I sure they're not inmates or patients or whatever they're
they're actually wearing Arkham Asylum uniforms like the orderlies do. So no, they're not patients. Because Arkham is not somewhere you get out of once you go in. Um, and at least not highly supervised anyway. If there was an Arkham patient on the bus, there'd also be security on the bus.
Right.
So, so they get the bus stops outside the front gate. They say, they chat with the driver like they do every day and hop off the bus. And within 10-15 minutes, you're back in your neighborhood. You jump off the bus a couple blocks before you get to the house. This time when you hit the yard, your brother's standing in the yard. He's like, "Hey, Marbles, you ready for some fun tonight?"
I'm ready.
Had the weirdest customer at the record store. This old white-haired man, he had to be like 5 feet tall. He's wearing this heavy black overcoat. He had Albert Einstein hair. It was weird. He bought a whole stack of classical records, though. Spent like $40. And in '68, that's a lot of money. Yeah. But he
Did
didn't
he?
say
I was
he
just gonna ask,
didn't
did he say anything?
he didn't say a word the entire time he was there. He stood and he got to the classical section, started pulling out stuff, walked up to the counter, put it on the counter, plopped two 20s on the counter, picked up his stack of records and walked out the door. Didn't say a word the whole time.
Yeah, that's a little strange.
I'm like, and I'd never seen him in there before, so I have to ask the owner about that one. Because,
Sounds like you would have recognized him, some short, crazy haired little guy.
yeah, like I said, I'll have to ask the owner about that guy. But I'll give him that. He did pay for his stack of records, so gotta have. If he can plop down $40 on records, he's gotta have some money.
Yeah.
So, um, so talk to mom. Dad's gonna pick up the food on the way home, and then we can have the car after that.
Right.
Um, so you like, he's like, well, you should probably go put your stuff down because probably won't take Dad too much longer.
Okay, yeah, I'll go dump my backpack in my room.
As you're going to your room, you see your mom, and she's like all dressed up, nice evening dress and nice makeup, the whole thing. she's like, yeah, we were gonna go out to dinner, but with that thing you're doing, we decided that even though we're staying in, we decided we're gonna get all dressed up and act like we're going out to dinner, but not go out to dinner.
Have a date night.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I laugh. I'm like, well, don't do anything I wouldn't do.
She's like, uh, you're 18. I know lots of things that you wouldn't do.
And I'm thinking, you don't know some of the things I would do.
Well, yeah. And she's like, uh, those things you wouldn't do, if I hadn't done them, you wouldn't be standing there. So, and so you run up and throw your backpack against your dresser. Um, are you wanting to change clothes, or you just gonna go in the same outfit you're in, or
Yeah, I'm just gonna go as is. I'll grab my
okay?
purse and
So you come back downstairs. About that time, you hear your dad's car drive up. Um, and your dad and David walk in carrying boxes of stuff. Apparently, your dad went to the Chinese takeout place. So he has like 6 of those little Chinese takeout boxes. Yeah. He goes, hold it. You guys gonna have food while you're at this thing, or
I'm
what do
sure
you?
they'll have food there.
Yeah, David's like, I, since the entire town dresses up, they probably have, food and stuff like that.
Yeah, they probably have like food wagons or trucks or booths or something like a fair.
Yeah. This is long before the invention of the food trucks.
Right, but like,
So,
stands. That's the word I was looking
yeah,
for.
but no. Well, your mom hurriedly gets up and takes the boxes into the kitchen, and she's like, I'll go plate this stuff up real quick. Uh, she sticks her head out the door out of the kitchen and goes, you guys be careful and have fun and be back by one like we decided on.
We will.
Hmm. And your dad takes David aside and you can hear him say, be careful with my car. No ridiculous driving and stuff like that. I need my car back in the morning. And he's like, David's like, sure thing, and I know you get up early to go to work, so there'll be a tank of gas in the car. Uh, well, minus the 5 miles it takes to get back home, of course. But your dad's like, okay. Um, you guys have fun. If you need anything, well, I guess I can't come and get you because you got the car. I was gonna say if you need anything, call, but I don't know what we could do if you did. So you're on your own for this one, buddy. And with that, the two of you climb into the candy apple red Studebaker and head toward Briar's Cove. Um, takes you literally a half an hour to get from the suburbs where you live to 5 miles out to where Briar's Cove is. It's very strange because what you see ahead of you when you get there is an iron gate that it's the entire village of Briar's Cove is surrounded by an iron fence with a large iron gate in front. And there's a sign next to the door, next to the gate. So, as you approach the gate, you obviously run over something because you feel a small bump and the gate opens so you can drive through. As you're doing that, uh, give me a spot hidden roll to see if you can read the sign as you're driving by.
Nope. 63 out of 25.
Well, wrong dice. I'm like, why didn't that work? Here we go. David did well enough that he can actually read the sign, and he's driving, which, well, he was close. The sign was on the driver's side anyway, so.
And he has two good eyes. So.
This is true. The sign says, um, Hartford Briar, founder of Briar's Cove, born October 31st, 1900, died October 31st, 1935. So, the founder of the village was born on Halloween, died on Halloween, and only lived to be 35.
Right.
And that was 33 years ago when he died. And you drive through the gates, and out of nowhere, you, you see a person dressed as Ichabod Crane from Sleepy Hollow. And he's waving for David to park the car. He's showing him where parking is. And so you guys park the car and hop out of the car, and the guy um, gives you a little ticket. Like, that way you can show the ticket to the parking attendant and they can help you find your car when you're ready to go. Welcome to Briar's Cove. This is the biggest night of our year. We celebrate Halloween, and we also celebrate um, the founding of our village. That's why all of us get dressed up, and yeah, you can go to any shop in the village, look around, go through the corn maze. The there are a couple of open restaurants. We mainly serve regular food like meatloaf and stuff. It's like, we don't get too fancy as far as the food goes. But yeah, we have cider, and we have a haunted house over on the edge of town in the big barn over there. You should go through that. That's a blast. But just wander around, look around, go through the corn maze and the haunted house, and grab a bite to eat and have some fun.
Sounds fun.
Glad to have you here. And the two of you walk off, and as he said, everybody in the village that you see, you can definitely tell the villagers apart from the tourists, because the tourists aren't dressed up. The villagers are, yeah, witches and Ichabod Crane and God knows what else. And there's a guy walking around with a pumpkin on his head. It's like, and it's a real pumpkin with eyes and a mouth, and and he
Oh,
stops.
that'll be
Yeah.
fun trying to wash pumpkin guts out of his hair all night.
and he stops people and talks to them and scares little kids and all that. So what are the two of you gonna do first?
Well, we should probably eat first.
David said, that sounds like a good idea.
Haven't had dinner yet. So.
Yeah, it's true. And if we're gonna do all the scary stuff, we need energy. So you walk down the street, and it has all the stores that a small town would have. You walk past the pharmacy and the hardware store and all that sort of shit. and you come to Lucille's uh, home cooking is the sign out front, and there is a slightly portly looking woman who's dressed like the Bride of Frankenstein, with complete with a hairdo, standing in the doorway. And she sees you guys approaching and is like, "You guys want some food?"
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
"Well, come on in and grab a seat while there's space."
So we'll do that.
And she was right. The place is literally, there's one table left in this place. It's like, give me another spot hidden roll.
Okay, that's 62 out of 25. I am not rolling well tonight.
What in the world did you put all your points into? Besides sanity, it's
Well, I put a bunch of points into psychology and psychoanalysis, of
uh,
course,
uh,
and dodge.
so the two of you sit down, and the lady that's dressed like the Bride of Frankenstein comes over with menus and stuff. And this your first time in Briar's Cove on Halloween?
Yeah, yeah, my brother just read about it, actually.
You're in for a treat. Halloween's the biggest day of our year. She puts down menus and goes, "What can I get you to drink?"
I'll have a Coke, please.
And David says, "Make that two, but make it the biggest ones you've got." She's like, "I can do that." And like the sign said, the food on the menu looks like the stuff that your mother cooks, only this stuff looks like it turns out properly,
It's not burned.
at least by what the pictures look like anyway. So, and she comes back with two 16-ounce glasses of Coke. You guys know what you want?
Do you have any specials for tonight?
Let's see. The spaghetti and meatballs. The meatballs look like eyeballs. Uh, the we have a hamburger steak that looks like a brain. It was really cute. Uh, and other than that, not really any specials. We pretty much serve the same stuff every day.
I'll have the hamburger steak.
Oh, and the gravy has a bit of a red tint to it. But so it's brain with blood running through it. It looks kind of cute. My chef is rather creative as far as that goes.
Like you said, it sounds like you guys go all out for Halloween.
Well, we do that. um, and David's like, "Mm." He's like, "Do you guys have any chicken?" uh, not really into the whole brain looking thing. And she goes, yeah, do you want a regular meal or like make you a chicken sandwich or whatever? And, you know, uh, he goes, chicken sandwich with a side of fries would be good. He goes, and she's like, I can do that. Takes the menus and heads back to the kitchen. She turns and says that'll be out in a few minutes. Disappears. You see um, as she's saying this, you turn to look at her and you see the area where the cook is. You see it through the little opening where the orders go. And he is literally dressed like Frankenstein. Makeup, the whole thing. You figure that they're husband and wife, but you're because of the costume, but you're not 100% sure about that. And within 15 minutes, she brings both of your plates of food, and yours literally looks like a brain on a plate with blood around it. And you're wondering how in the world they get a chopstick to do that. You figure the cook must have some, plastic mold back there that does that. And David looks like your standard grilled chicken sandwich with french fries. And he's like, I'm good with this. At least I don't have to wonder what I'm eating. Uh, and I'm sure there'll be enough weird stuff later. Yeah. So, you guys enjoy your meal, and pretty soon you're done with that and your soda, and you're ready to continue exploring. So, you walk down the main street or main road, and um, you see signs everywhere pointing to the corn maze and the haunted house, and you see kids running around like crazy, and yeah, every imaginable costume, witches, ghosts, blah blah blah. Lots of Ninja Turtles. Actually, no, that'd be too early for
Yeah,
Ninja
that was
Turtles.
80s.
Yeah. Oddly enough, you see one ghost that he had to model his costume off of the Peanuts um, Halloween special because
with all the holes.
yeah, uh, he did it on purpose. Apparently, he wanted to be different. See, that's what Charlie Brown didn't understand. He should have embraced the whole thing and been like, I'm different from everybody else.
Right.
You know, but so which one are you going to do first?
I'm gonna drag David toward the haunted house, like the whole time teasing him about unless you're too scared.
He's like, I don't have an issue with it. I just wanted to know whether you wanted to get lost in the corn maze first or do the haunted house first.
Let's do the haunted house.
Okay. So you turn left off the main street and you start walking down this, for lack of a better term, dirt road. And you see this barn a little distance away. It's quite a large barn, actually. And it's painted black, which you don't see too many black barns in the world. And it has, in red paint, it has odd looking symbols on the front that you're not really familiar with. Because in this day, TV has only been invented 3 years ago, and you guys don't have one yet because they're expensive, and your dad doesn't want to blow a bunch of money on it. So, and these symbols wouldn't be something you'd be inclined to research in the library, so they just look really strange to you. As you get closer to the barn, the wind starts to pick up. And you see these little orange lights that look like they're floating along the top of the barn. You you assume they're lights that somebody strung up. And you get to the barn, and this man dressed in top hat and tails and clown makeup steps out of the door. Says, "Ah, It looks like the two of you would like to investigate our haunted house.
That's right.
It's 50 cents per ticket, so that'll be $1 for the two of you. And David hands him $1. He gets this, the man, I mean, he gets this grin on his face. Enjoy yourself. For as long as you can, anyway. And he literally ushers you into the barn and then disappears because it's pitch black inside, except for well-placed candles here and there. Just enough light where you can see where you're going and not trip over something. There's also a thin layer of smoke in the barn. Some of it coming off the candles, the rest of it you don't know where it's coming from. As you are navigating your way, you witness all sorts of things that you've only read in books. There's a body laying on a bed who looks like it's had surgery that's gone horribly wrong. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, that body sits up and screams.
Yeah, that would be a little scary.
And the nurse comes walking in to check on the body. But both of the nurse's eyes and her mouth have been sewn closed. So she can't do anything even if she wanted to. And you make your way past that into what looks like a laboratory with all manner of jars, and in fact one of them looks like it's filled with what you just recently had for dinner. In fact, give me a constitution check for because
22 out of 60.
okay. So you successfully hold down dinner. From what seems like a little bit ahead of you, you hear a child crying. Or at least that's what it sounds like to you. David looks at you and goes, I wonder if there's a lost kid in here. Um, and you continue to navigate your way. There is, you get jostled a little and you think it's from another customer, and you turn to see that it's basically a lady in Lizzie Borden's outfit with an axe in her hand, and the axe looks real. And she smiles at you like, aren't you pretty? And walks away. And then you, as you continue to walk forward, you continue to hear this person crying. Uh, it's soft and it's quiet, so you assume it's a child. Um, but before you get to the far end of the barn where that seems to be coming from, you pass through an area. There's blood on the floor. There's you catch just enough light from the candles to see a quite large array of torture equipment. Actual, real torture equipment. um, and you see this lady who is barely dressed, who is chained up in all of this. And there are what looks like uh, several open wounds in various places where she's not really having a good day as far as that goes. Um, but strangely enough, she's not making any noises. She is alive, her eyes are open, but she's not screaming or yelling or anything. She's just chained there, waiting for whatever the next thing that's going to happen to her is. You make your way past that to the area where you think you heard the noise come from. And you see a woman laying on laying on 2 or 3 bales of hay at the end of the barn. And she's the one who's crying, as it were, because if you follow where her eyes are, you see this child can't be more than 5 or 6 years old. This child has a knife in its hand. It looks like a kitchen knife, a large kitchen knife, and it's staring at it and slowly walking toward the woman laying on the hay bales. But for whatever reason, the lady laying there isn't doing anything. She's just laying there sobbing to herself. And anybody with any notion of common sense knows how this scene is likely to end, because the child has this look in its eye like, this is fun.
So I'm thinking this is a pretty good quality, you know, haunted house. They went all out for this shit.
Oh, and at this point, you see the man in uh, top hat and tailed and clown makeup that actually ushered you in. He's like, I hope you enjoyed our haunted house. Don't forget to go through the corn maze, because not only will you likely get lost, there are things that may find you in there. And if you make it to the end of the corn maze, still alive, we have, you know, hot cider and fresh donuts and all that sort of stuff that's really bad for you. So, uh, definitely give our corn maze a try and see if you can get out before the things that are in it get you.
And of course, I know he's just trying to scare us. So it's like, yeah, that sounds fun. We'll have to do that
Yeah.
next.
And he lets you out of the back door of the barn and says, if you go to the right, no, actually, if you go to the further to the left, that's where the corn maze starts. You get you get you get your tickets at the booth where the hot cider and the donuts are. And David's like, after that, I could use some hot cider and a donut, you know. So you guys walk over there, and you give them $1 like the haunted house was, and you find out that the cider's $1 and you can get a cider and a couple of donuts for $1.50. So, you know, David hands them $5 for, so you can each have a couple of donuts and cider and get into the corn maze and all that. And when they hand you your cider and your donuts, the guy says, "Yeah, it's been a pretty good night so far. We've only lost 3 people." Yeah. We
I'm
ain't
assuming
not,
you mean temporarily lost.
no. We've had 3 people that went in that we haven't seen come out yet.
I'm sure they'll make their way out eventually. There's an end
Yeah.
to all these corn mazes. There's an in and an out, right?
Yeah, there's an in and an out. But like the man in like the clown at the haunted house said, there are things in this maze. You have to make it out before they do.
And I'm thinking, yeah, people dressed in costumes. This is these people's job is to scare us.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of like, okay.
Yeah. We strive not to lose anybody, but like I said, tonight's been a good night. We've only lost 3 people so far. Yesterday was a bitch. We lost 10 people yesterday.
Oh, that's not good.
Still haven't seen them. But maybe you can do us a favor and go in and find them for us.
We can try.
Yeah. So, um, and you guys take a few minutes to have your donuts and your cider to, re-energize a bit. Let your nerves calm down from the haunted house you just went through. And you two head into the corn maze. And it's literally pitch black. Because by now it's nighttime. There are no candles. There are no flashlights. It's black. You basically make your way through it by feel. Because you can't see a damn thing. And the corn maze itself towers over your head. Once you're in it, you're in it. So, did you guys make a plan? Did you guys, are you guys like holding hands
Yes,
or,
I
yeah?
grabbed David's hand like right when I realized it's super dark in here. Like I grabbed for his hand.
He grabs, he takes hold of your hand, and the 2 of you start moving deeper into the maze, trying to figure out how to work your way out the other side. You, every once in a while, you hear a voice coming from different directions. You figure it's got to be other tourists or maybe it's one of these people that got lost in here and can't find their way out.
Is it saying anything in particular? Or is it just making noises?
What you're hearing is mumbling. Different voices. They're obviously saying something, but you can't clearly make it out. You see more of you also, as you look up, you see more of these orange lights that you saw strung along the roof of the haunted house. Um, oh, forgot something. From the whole, uh, rather, uh, shall we say, interesting experience of the haunted house. Give me a sanity roll, because even though part of you thinks that that was just a haunted house, part of you is actually a little bit shaken by the whole thing.
78 out of 80. I just made that one.
Ow! Ooh! Ow! That was close. That was close. Um. So you are walking along this maze, holding on to David's hand. And you reach out your other hand to try and touch the side of the maze to sort of gauge where you are. Let's see if there's a roll for that. Give me a Constitution roll.
Ooh, 74 out of 60.
You touch the side of the corn maze where you're at. It feels you were expecting, corn maze. Yeah. It feels warm and slimy.
Ooh.
You pull back your hand. You look down. There's blood on your hand. And it was warm, which means it was fresh blood.
Right. So I'll tell David, and I'm trying not to be like panicky.
You tell him there's no response.
Am I still holding his hand?
Give me another con check to find out.
What's a double zero plus a zero? Would that be a 10?
A double zero plus a zero
Yeah, I got
is a
double zero on the percentile, and I got a zero on the 10. So is that 10?
that's 100.
Oh, that's 100. Oh shit.
That's a botch.
That's a botch. Okay, I wasn't sure what that was. Oh
Yeah.
fuck. Okay.
See, in Cthulhu, if you roll a 001,
That's
that's a
one.
that's a one. That's the best roll you can have. If you roll 100, which is 000, that's a botch. That's the worst roll you can have.
Okay, because I thought a 90 plus a zero would be 100.
No. Um. Not only are you not holding his hand, but you trip over something and land face first on the ground or front first because you're going to hit your chest before you hit your
Mm-hmm.
face. But yeah, you're now sprawled out on the ground in the middle of this corn maze where you just noticed warm, fresh blood.
Okay, well, I'm gonna scramble to my feet real fast, and I'm obviously gonna be like, David? David, did we get separated? Where are you?
Give me a dex check to see if you can scramble to your feet.
Nope. 69 out of 50.
You're you try to get up, but you're struggling to do so. And you don't really know why because there shouldn't be anything impeding you from doing that.
You know, I'm gonna keep trying to get up.
Give me another roll then.
Ooh, almost. 59 out of 50.
You, you're grabbing the side of the corn maze and you're trying to pull yourself up, but for some reason it's feeling kind of heavy,
Okay.
like like your strength isn't helping you. In fact, give me a strength roll.
83 out of 50. Man, my dice really have it in for me.
You are seriously struggling. Um,
I am going to keep struggling, but I am going to switch out both of my dice first. Just.
and oddly enough, as you're struggling there, the orange lights that you keep seeing, the little round orange lights that you keep
Mm-hmm.
seeing, are now surrounding you.
Okay, well, I am going to keep trying to get up because this is really starting to freak me out at this point.
They're floating around you in a circle. And give me another strength roll to see if you can pull yourself up.
Okay, that is 33 out of 50.
You are able to grab the side of the corn maze and pull yourself up finally. But as you're doing that, you start feeling these little stinging sensation in different parts of your body. Yeah. First it's your arm, then your leg, then your side, then your head, and these stinging sensations are actually weakening you just a little. They're making you almost tired.
Hey, well, I want to get the hell out of here, but I need to find David because it's really weird that we just suddenly got separated when we were just holding hands. So I want to find my main goal right now is to find my brother.
So you start to move forward, and these orange lights continue to surround you as you move. And these alternating stinging sensations continue. And ever you get a little more tired and a little weaker as you go. But you are holding yourself up by the corn maze. Uh, and it seems like it takes you quite a bit of time to make any progress in this corn maze. Um, Give me another dex check.
59 out of 50. Almost made that.
You fall to the ground again. Exhausted. And you're not really sure why, because, why should you be exhausted? You ate dinner less, at most, maybe a couple of hours ago. All you've done since then is walk through a haunted house, have donuts and cider, and work your way through about a half of a corn maze, and you are completely exhausted.
So at this point, I think I'm gonna try to crawl. I'm not even gonna try to get up again. I'm just gonna crawl, and I'm going to be calling for my brother. I'm gonna be like, David, something is going on here. Something is wrong. Where are you?
And you hear David's voice answer, I'm here at the end of the maze, Cassie. You need to find me.
Why did you let go of my hand?
It happened when you tripped. And in the darkness, I couldn't find you, so I just made my way to the end of the maze, hoping that I could just wait here and you would make your way out.
Okay, well, keep talking so I can follow your voice.
And he does. He, you know, talks to you about Patricia, and, he starts asking you questions like what she like, w- eh, what food did she like, what music did you guys listen to, blah, 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 Uh,
As I'm crawling toward where his voice is coming from.
Give me a dex check.
4 out of 50.
You can keep crawling. Give me a constitution check, though.
Oh, I barely missed that one. Man, that was 65 out of 60.
You are getting more and more tired as you go. Give me a strength check.
58 out of 50. I'm just barely missing these.
You're making very slow progress, but it's taking everything you've got to do it.
Okay, so I'm gonna call David. Something is wrong. I don't know what's going on, but you're gonna have to come in here and get me. I can't.
Okay, I will come and find you. And at this point, after you hear him say that, you literally pass out. The the effort you've been putting into doing this, you literally pass out. Um, the next thing you actually give me a con check to see if you wake up.
Oh, come on. What the? No. No,
What?
no, 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 no.
What?
I botched again. 100.
Oh, you botched on a con check. Oh, ow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
did.
Hmm. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to decide how I want to do this. Because part of my thought hinged on you waking up. Since you didn't do that, I have to do this a different way. Um, okay. What I'm going to do is say that you eventually do wake up. You don't know how much time has passed. You are extremely weak. When you wake up, you notice that you are being carried by David. He works his way through the corn maze from where he picked you up. There's nobody the noises you were hearing in the corn maze are all gone now. You have no idea how much time has passed. What you do know is it's still pitch black. Um, as David is carrying you, he keeps repeating to you that when we get to the end of the corn maze, everything will be fine. That's the only thing he says. And he repeats it several times along the way. After what seems like quite a while, to your, shall we say, fogged brain, you finally do get to the end of the maze. There are, when you get there, when David gets there with you, there are two people standing there. The man in clown makeup and the top hat and tails from the haunted house, and the man that your brother described from earlier, who was a customer in the record store. The short, squat man with the Einstein hairdo.
Mm-hmm.
And as the four of you are standing there, David looks down at you and says, I have to go now, but you will be perfectly fine with my two friends here.
Go? Where are you going?
And without saying another word, he hands you over to the man in the top hat and the tails and the clown makeup and walks away.
What's going on? What is this?
And um, the man that he handed you to turns back to the smaller, older man and smiles and says, it looks like we have another permanent addition to our haunted house.
And I'm going to ask him, what are you talking about? What is this? What is
And
going on? And where's David? Where did David go?
and at that point, the old man changes into his real form, which has several eyes, like 24 of them, and half a dozen tentacles protruding out of where his mouth should have been, and his body is this, from what you can see in the darkness, his body is this gray gelatinous sort of material.
Yeah, I'm gonna start screaming.
Yeah. Give me a sanity check.
Okay, that is 60 out of 80.
Okay. You start screaming. Sadly enough, you retain your sanity. So you actually are able to, shall we say, comprehend everything that's going on.
So I'm gonna demand again, once I finally stop screaming, I'm gonna demand, where is David? Where did he go? What's going on? What does he have to do with all of this?
And the man with the clown makeup goes, "You'll see David soon. He's right over there in the haunted house currently." Um, and then once again he turns to the creature walking beside you, and he matter of factly says, "Where do you think we should put her in the haunted house?"
Just let me go. I don't want to be part of your haunted house.
This is not a village that people leave from. Once you enter here, you stay here.
So are you going to kill me?
That is up to David. We don't make that decision.
What do you mean? He just heard about this place. I mean, what, he doesn't know any. What are you talking about?
Uh, Apparently, you don't know as much about your quote older brother as you thought you did.
Quote? What do you mean, quote? Look, I need answers. Whatever is happening here is weird as shit, and I need answers.
We will take you inside, and you and David should have a conversation.
I'm gonna try to make a break for it at this point.
Give me a strength roll.
Okay. 6 out of 50.
You are actually able to break the clown man's grip, and you fall to the floor, to the ground. You are very weak still. What do you want to do?
Well, since I'm still holding on to my purse, I am going to take my Swiss Army knife out of it because that is the only type of weapon I have. Not much, but
Okay. So, give me an unarmed attack roll.
would that be brawl? Or
Yeah.
let me find it on my. I'm still looking for it.
It's under fighting.
Oh, there it is. I see it. Okay.
Fighting brawl.
27 out of 40.
You actually pull your Swiss Army knife out and stab forward in the darkness. But when you do, you feel slime. And you look up and you realize that the creature who was the old man had stepped in front of the haunted house clown and taken the attack for him. Roll me a d4 damage.
D4. Okay.
It says D3, but like I've said many times before, I hate that. So we're doing D4 instead.
Okay, that would be 4.
You do 4 points of damage to this thing. Grayish black sludge starts pouring out of it. Once again, as that happens, you are circled by these orange lights. And the alternating stinging sensations start again. And you begin to feel tired and sluggish again. What do you do?
I'm gonna try to stab at this thing again. If whatever's happening to me, I'm gonna take something down with me if I'm going down.
How many hit points does Cassie have?
11.
You attack. Give me another fighting brawl roll then.
Ooh. 85 out of 40. Missed that one, obviously.
You swing wildly. Or more to the point, this time the tentacles reach down and swat your arm away as the creature. Now that the creature knows what you're doing, it's defending itself. And so your attack misses. As, um, as this is going on, you look up and you don't see the man in clown makeup anymore. He's gone. But a few minutes later, he reappears with David. And David says, "You need to stop this now, because the only thing that will happen here is you dying. You need to stop this now." What do you do?
I'll stop, but I'm gonna tell him, you need to tell me what's going on here.
Well, yes, we obviously need to have a conversation. Um, and besides, I wouldn't want to anger. I wouldn't want you to further anger uh, my friend here. He can do things to your brain that you don't even that no human that I know of could handle.
Well, how can you have a friend that's not even human? What is this thing, and
Uh,
what's going on? Are you this? Are you one of these things? What the hell?
well, I'm not one of these things. No, I am not who you think I am, but I am not one of these things.
Who are you?
I I have not ascended to the level to be one of these things. That takes centuries.
You're not making any sense.
Well, okay. Let us get inside of the haunted house and
No,
uh,
I think I've spent enough time in there. You can talk to me out here.
well, we could make you more comfortable in there.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, what this is, what my friend is here, is a child of a god that is long since that that once ruled this place long before humans ever appeared. Um, they have powers that humans cannot even fathom. In fact, I'm surprised you are still holding your sanity after dealing with him. In fact, after you attacked him twice now, give me another sanity check.
Oh, I'm doing actually pretty good there. 3 out of 80.
You, you're fairly good at holding your sanity most of the time. You may not understand what's going on, but
Well, I don't believe what's going on because
right.
this has no basis in reality and doesn't make any sense. So,
Well, well, in reality, I am not even who these people think that I am. You remember back when we drove in?
yes,
I
you're
read
the
this.
founder of. Are you the founder of this village?
I read the sign. Yes, to these people, that's who I am.
But that would mean you're dead. You died a long time ago.
By human years, 38 years ago, yes.
So, are you saying you're not human then?
You could say that.
So, what are you? Is this your natural form, or are you going to turn into something gross like this guy?
No, not quite like him, no. Um, all of the children have different forms. Uh, we are, for lack of a better term, mostly left to our own devices. Uh, as long as we continue to serve the God that we are part of, we are mostly left to our own devices. Um, that God's goal is to once again rule this planet like it did eons ago before humans were ever even thought of. Uh, now we are forced to, how would I put it, uh, insinuate ourselves into human society to make progress toward this goal. Um,
So I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume that you're not actually my brother.
no, your brother died at childbirth. You, you never had a human biological brother.
And I'm going to assume that my parents have no idea any of what you are.
That is true. I, I wiped your mother's memory in the hospital where your brother was supposedly born.
So why my family? What is that just random?
Basically, we could have picked any family eh, any of the child, any of the children could have picked any family they wanted. I picked yours.
And what you did to me, was that really an accident or was it on purpose?
No, that was an accident. I You must understand something.
I don't understand any of this.
Well, you don't have to understand what happened up till now. What you must understand is this. One, I don't want to kill you unless I have to. Um, Two, I brought you here to become part of what we are.
No thanks.
Uh, Three, we will succeed in our goal no matter how long it takes. Your human lifespans are incredibly small com- compared to my friends here.
And
Uh,
your own?
well, I guess you could add me to that, but um, like my my mentor here, as humans might call him, has lived for thousands of years.
Okay. So just to get this straight, you are one of these child of a god things?
A, a lower level than, and he points to the thing you've been trying to stab. A lower level than him, but yes, I
Okay, and
am.
if I don't believe you,
It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not,
show me your real form. Prove it to me.
because I'm here, which means whether your brain can handle it or not is not my concern.
Well, like
Uh,
I said, prove it to me. Show me your true form.
he looks at his friend, his mentor, who nods its head. Oh, and by the way, the damage you did to it's healed up. Um, and so David changes into its real form, which is a version of the thing you were attacking, but different. It has his form has more of a almost a snake type shape to it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's made out of the same body type stuff, but it's longer, more like a shape like a snake type form
Okay.
with, and he, he, if he was in his human form, you would think he was smiling, but since he's not, you see 4 rows of very sharp teeth, uh, and his and 3 eyes which are blood red. And I need a sanity check.
I should have known that was coming.
Well, yeah.
64 out of 80.
Okay. You're able to hold it together. And he speaks to you in David's voice. He's like, you wanted to see it. Now you see it.
Okay, now I think I believe it more now. At least I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I believe you now.
Yeah. And you really only have 2 choices in this. You can either become one of us or no longer survive this night. I would prefer that you pick the first because over the 20 or so years of your life, I have grown somewhat fond of you. But if you cannot make that choice, your life will end here.
Well, there's a third choice.
What?
Well, I mean it's actually the second choice, but it's my choice. As in,
Yeah.
I could end my own life.
Yeah. Well, yes, you could do that. I hadn't really thought about that, but you could do that. It ends sort of the same. Uh,
Yeah, except for you guys don't get to do it.
no, no. Um, well, that's a choice you have to make. You know, you could become one of us and live thousands of years and ultimately help rule this planet.
And break up some innocent family and recruit people that don't want to join us? No.
Humans are naive things. They think they are in control of everything when they are ultimately in control of nothing. They are not even in control of themselves.
At which point I show him choice 4 and I try to attack him.
You're going to attack him with
Mhm.
your
Swiss Army knife. Yes, I am. Choice 4.
give me a fighting roll that.
Watch me botch it. Nope. Actually, that was an 8 out of 40.
Okay. You actually stab him. Roll me a d4.
4.
He is incredibly surprised that you actually did that. His three eyes look at you, um, almost sadly, because as he said, he did not want to kill you, but you have forced the situation. Um, he says, you know, if you were one of us, you wouldn't have the scar or the eye. You would be as you're supposed to be.
I'm supposed to be human.
You are supposed to be one of 8 billion people, beings that are destroying the planet they live on, who are plummeting toward destruction of their own kind, and think everything is fine. Uh, I was hoping you were more intelligent than that. I would have never imagined that you would have actually attacked me.
Oh, you're not you, are you?
Well, I may not be me, but we still have a history together.
So just let me go. Yes, we do have a history together. So just let
And,
me go. Let me leave.
and, this, and if I were to do that, what would that solve? How how can your human brain go back to the normal world after seeing this?
Maybe it can't, but that doesn't matter. I'd be alive and I'd be me.
And there are dozens and dozens of people in Arkham Asylum a few miles away who who thought the same thing. That's why the two people on the bus that you took every day never spoke. Their brain, even though they work at Arkham, their brain can't handle what they see. So you would not have very much of a life as a human after this. You're because the human brain isn't capable of processing this. It will it will literally drive you insane over time.
Well, that's better than ending up as one of those horrible things in your haunted house, if that's what you have in store for me.
Depends. Our haunted house, as you see it, is set up for humans on this night because everything you walk through were things that happened to poor unsuspecting humans. Um, every other night of the year, we are just us.
But
Eh,
how could I
And
become one of you? I'm not the child of a god.
no, not initially, no. That can be fixed, but your human life would end. Um,
And if I don't want that?
well, okay. So now you have three choices. Um, you can become one of us. You can, if it's deemed proper, and I don't make that decision, um, you can live out the rest of your human life slowly going insane with no real way to stop it, or either by our hand or yours, you can die. You have a decision to make.
So killing you and your friends here isn't an option, you're saying.
He looks at you. It literally looks like he's laughing. You have, if the thing you attack me with is the only weapon you have, no. If necessary, I could call on things that the U.S. military could not stop. So, no, you're not, that is not an option for you.
Okay. Well, I don't want to go insane.
Well, that, I'm sorry, but that's already started.
And I don't want you to kill me.
Yeah,
So
well,
that gives me two options.
yeah, either you kill yourself or you become one of us. Those, if you've eliminated, if you don't want 3 and 4, 1 and 2 are your only choices.
So I just start crying. I'm like, this was supposed to be a fun night.
And it was until And so, what choice does Cassie ultimately make?
Oh man.
Because she has to make one, or they will make it for her. They are being extremely nice to her. They are letting her make the choice. Normally, you'd be dead by now. If it wasn't for David, you'd be dead. So he's being really nice to you right now.
So I'd say, you were right what you said about us still having a bond. So if I do this, would we be together?
You mean if you became one of us?
Yes.
Yes.
But I would have to do this to someone else, wouldn't I? I'd have to trick someone and make them become one of us.
No. No, no, no. Uh, you are not understanding. I did this for you because it was you. Normally, we either wait out human race and watch it destroy itself, or we destroy it and take the planet back. We are not here to create more of us because there are already thousands of us. We don't need more of us. I I just did this for you because we have the bond we had.
But I'd have to be a part of destroying the human race.
Well,
But
yes,
but if I'm one of you, then that's not something that would bother me, I
right,
guess.
yeah. There are members of the human race that don't care. In fact, a large majority of the human race doesn't care, or they would fix their situation that they are currently in. So, yes, uh,
So I guess either way, I'm not going to be home by 1 in the morning, like mom and dad wanted, huh?
no, you're not. In fact, it's if you look down at your watch, it's past that now. It's like 3. um, because you have no concept of how long you were in the corn maze or how long you were unconscious once David picked you up because you had difficulty waking up, shall we say. So,
Okay, so I'll pick up my um Swiss Army knife, fold it up, put it back in my purse. Like,
and
I'll join you, guess.
um, with, as you do, right before you did that, the creature that was the old man started moving forward toward you. And David was like, it's time for you to make your choice, or he's going to make it for you.
I'll join you.
Okay. This is probably the best choice you could have made for you. This will not be painful in any way. It wasn't for me, it won't be for you. As far as our Earth parents are concerned, we will just end up missing and never found. Look at it this way. You don't have to deal with the psych paper anymore.
Well, I guess that is the good thing, huh?
And no more college algebras ever. So
Right.
there you go. Although there's only one thing in my Earth form that I miss, and that's pizza. But sacrifices must be made, I guess. And the old man converts back to his old man form and walks toward you. And David says, now, hold still. This won't hurt, and it'll only take a couple seconds and be over. So the old man walks toward you, walks up to you, and wraps his arms around you. And you disappear. Because you are absorbed into him and become one of the thousands, if not tens of thousands, of children of this thing, which there is a name for. And if I switched over to the book, I could tell you what the name of that thing is, but David and this man and the clown guy and all the people of this village basically are children of this thing. And David founded this village as a place for them to be while they did what they needed to do. That's why it's a small place. And except on Halloween, nobody ever comes here. And, it's basically, except for Halloween, a month of October, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the month of October, it's forgotten about, which is what they want. And that's where we're going to end this. So, did you have fun?
Yeah.
My question is, did I sufficiently mess with you?
Yes, you did.
Which was my goal the whole time.
You sufficiently messed with me. Yes.
Um,
I was pretty close to just slashing my wrists.
Yeah. You know, as a Cthulhu keeper, having your player characters either go insane or kill themselves is pretty good. That's, yeah. When you can get a character that's willing to kill themselves, eh, it means you've messed with their head, and
Right.
they don't see an option out of it, which is exactly what I wanted. I
But
didn't
you
want,
played on that bond, so I figured
yeah,
I'd go with that.
yeah. Well, that was my whole thing. I'm like, you, you know, this was your brother. You created that bond yourself with the whole accident thing, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna lean into this and see how messed up I could get her to be with this, and yeah, so
I was really trying to kill at least one of them, though.
I
That
know,
that
I know,
obviously didn't work.
but with a Swiss Army knife against a child of an eldritch god, you no, yeah, and you hit each one of them a time or two and did damage, and I was surprised. But there's no way in hell that, yeah, like he said, there, if the actual god of this thing came down, the
hmm
entire military of the entire world combined would be an annoyance to this thing. It could eat the planet if it wanted to.
Oh, well, we don't want that to happen.
No, actually, it likes this planet. It wants to rule this planet like it used to before humans appeared. But yeah, there's nothing humans have that could even bother this thing. So uh, you did surprisingly well for a little girl with a Swiss Army knife. You did about as well as the military would have done. So anyway, uh, yikes! I just looked at the clock. Yikes!
I know.
Um, but uh, I hope the people that watch this later on YouTube enjoy it. Uh, it'll be up in a couple days, if not sooner. It'll be on podcast also. Um, our podcast is doing amazingly well. We have people in 8 different countries listening to our podcast. Um, we the numbers of our podcast have jumped considerably in October, uh, and not surprisingly, Cthulhu, our first Cthulhu paper chase, is our number one podcast. People love that. And so if you guys want to see and hear more Cthulhu, let me know, because I love Cthulhu. You know, I love messing with people. I love creatures that are yucky and slimy and stuff like that. So uh you give me more. opportunity for Cthulhu, I'm happy. Uh, yeah. Check us out on our social media. We're Fallen Dragons RPG everywhere. Buy all of Robin's books, including the new one that's in the description. I've already done it. You guys need to go do it. Next week will be the will be Fallen Dragons and the continuing saga of the escort mission that never really gets going
Right.
because half the party's always us knocked out and tied down in the wagon, but we'll keep going with that.
That's
And
because half the party can't show up half the time.
we are approaching a couple more episodes. It'll be the 50th episode of Fallen Dragons. So we're approaching 50 episodes of that. And I just got a hold of Planescape, which is a new setting, which gives you all the rules for every outer plane there is, sigil and all the outer worlds and such.
Oh,
And
okay.
and I'm going to work that into the Fallen Dragons campaign because it gives me all the stats for things like chrono dragons and other time-based creatures and stuff like that. So the group is in for some interesting, uh, new interesting activity. Let's put it that way.
Great.
Uh, so, um, and there'll be another Cthulhu for Christmas, although Melody suggested a Cthulhu for Thanksgiving.
I was gonna ask, are we gonna do a Cthulhu for Thanksgiving and one for Christmas? That would be kind of fun.
Um, they're, they're a month apart. That gives me time to come up with one. I guess we could. The the thought of what I was when I was chatting about it to Melody came up with the idea of a Cthulhu monster that the only thing it ever did is eat, and it'd be perfect for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But I'll if if Robin wants to do a Cthulhu for Thanksgiving, I will come up with something. Although it's going to take me a little time to come up with something that messes with you more than this one did. So, eh, eh, and I always want my episodes to be better than the last one, so I'll have to come up with something. Um, and we will eventually get back to Vampire the Requiem Louisville when Melody is available because there is a werewolf problem in Louisville and you guys have to fix that or die. One of the two.
Well, even if she's not available the next time Vampire rolls around, I've got my own stuff going on.
Yeah. You have a YouTube cooking episode to deal with.
Plus, a whoever broke into her house.
Well, yeah, that's true too. So that that will be Fallen Dragons will be next week, and then the week after we'll be back to
Mm.
uh, Vampire. And if we do a Cthulhu Thanksgiving, it'll be the Saturday closest to Thanksgiving. So, uh, but I think that's everything I've got. Um, you know, like I said, follow us on social media, join our Discord, leave comments on the YouTube. We'll answer all of it. We we want to interact with as many of our uh, subscribers and people that watch this as we can. Uh, you can even leave comments on the podcast. Oh, and on the main page of the podcast, there's a button to support the channel. So you can, if you want to support us and make it easier for me to do all this, you can support us. So, but that's all I've got for now. And we will see you in the next one.
See you next time.
Everybody have a good week till the next game. Bye bye.
Bye. Night.